Right, we should be back. I'll quickly check it. No, that's the old live stream. Right, we should be back. Okay. Quickly check it. Right. Let me just turn that, switch that, move that round. Set this rig. Right, here we are. So, double maggot to a little cage feeder, and I'll show the rest of the rig. If you look on my channel, I did a video about fishing a pole feeder, and I think later on in the year I will not later on in the year, but next year I think I'll fish it a bit more and give a bit of a better explanation about how the rig all works and make a proper video out of it instead of a video while I'm fishing a match, which is all a bit of a rush, especially today. Right. Oh. So you got to deal with the native camera as it is. But should be alright. Let me tighten this a bit. Yeah, I don't know why, it was all a bit of a rush today. The river conditions were not as I expected, and then it took me much longer to set up than I thought. I just want to get the angle of this thing right. Okay. So there we go. Right. Let's try again. It's just gone half an hour into the match. We're fishing 10 till 3 today. I'm fishing a pole feeder, and I got one chub about a pound in the net, which is awesome. Fishing on double maggot to an 0.13 hook length to a Guru speed bead, and I've got 8 pound Daiwa ST to the top of the pole, fishing black hydro, and I've got a piece of pink hydro tied on the line that helps create a little D, so when a fish grabs the bait it pulls against the pink hydro, not the black hydro, which should be enough for me to feel it, and then I can strike. And if it's a decent fish, the pink hydro will just bottom out and you're playing it against the main line. So the hook length's too light. I'm going to step it up in a minute. I caught a chub. I was seeing if I could catch some roach, but now I've had a chub, I think I'll step up the hook length when I bring it back in again. Go from double maggot to 5 maggots or something like that, and see what I can get. I balled it at the start with 10 balls, and those balls are 50% soil, 25% census Black Lake, because that's all I had that was black, and 25% census roach. Just checking that that's sort of in the right place. Yeah, good. Klaus, super, feeling down. Thank you very much. Yeah, welcome to the channel, Klaus. So I'm only fishing, what am I fishing today? 11, 10, 9 metres. I'm fishing 9 metres, it's gusting at 12 miles an hour. No, it's 12 miles an hour gusting at 25. So it's really windy. I'd originally set up at 11 metres and it was the gusts were too strong and they'd moved the feeder too much. And the wind, you know, it's all right now, but the wind's going to stay up all day. So this feels like a more sensible distance to not impact it too much. It caused a bigger problem. I could maybe have used my short 4, which would help stiffen the pole up a little bit. But I didn't think about that, so I have to think about that for a different day. So I can't think we're just going to catch one fish today. Now I've got that chub in the net, I can start to think about what else could I do, because I'm not going to blank. Gives me a bit more confidence about sitting out on a bigger bait, I think. There's loads of bream through this stretch. That's the prime, you know, weight building fish. I drew the peg to my left just towards the start of the, or late autumn, start of the winter, when the river started to first gain pace, and I won bream, but the match was won with 5 bream. Then they go £3-4 pound each, so you got to catch a lot of roach. So I think we'll persevere with this until the top of the hour. And if I get there and I've not had any signs of any roach, I'll switch the rig, switch the hook length to something more substantial, put half a dendrobina on and then put it back out. And it'll be a big fish match. I've also got a flat float set up, but you know, that's a similar sort of rig, 019, 017. So it won't really make any difference to what I'm doing right now. Presentation wise, I'm just, you know, sitting there with the big bait on the bottom and a load of weight. Any difference between this and the flat float is I could edge the flat float through really slowly, but it's a lot of weight on that flat float rig. I think I'm more likely to get it tangled on the bottom. See, I'll give it a go throughout the match, just because I like fishing with a flat float. I think it's really cool. This would be really nice today if it wasn't really windy. The wind makes it more difficult to work out bite detection. But everything's alright so far. We've got 1/4 to. I'll give it another couple of minutes. I think then I'm going to bring it in and switch the hook length. What are my options? 013, 015. 017 to a size 12. That feels like a bit of a beast. It's 017. 015 is £5. So I've got 015s to a size 14. I think we'll switch to that. Next one up. We'll change to that in a minute. So a quick look at the Thames, I guess, just for a second. So we're on the River Thames today. It's a big old wide part of the Thames here for fishing. We're in Abingdon. Technically I think we're in Abingdon still. Fishing on Sutton Courtenay waters, and we own both sides of the river here, fishing rights. I've not actually fished the far bank actually. I do intend to try it at some point. But this is a lot of bream in this stretch, and it's also packed full of roach and everything else, as you'd expect. We fish club matches on it every couple of weeks, but I wouldn't say it's heavily fished at all. And this is one of, I think, how many stretches the club's got now, separate bits really. 1 here, 2 the cut, Upper Lower Moors 3, 4, far bank, Otneys 5, 6, 7 different sections, or you would say, of the river or banks. So there's all sorts. Lots of roach, big chub, big bream, barbel, carp. But I've only been fishing the river for a year, and this is the first winter that I fished it. I haven't fished a river for 30 years, so I'm still getting my head around it. I'm just gonna bring that in. I'm going to switch that hook length for something a bit more substantial. Chuck a worm on the end. Take that one off. Just using these Preston pre-tides. They seem really convenient for the river. Right, a bit more serious. Right. Get a lump of worm, I think. Just going to take its head off. Go through that bit. It's about 1 inch. Put that in the chop worm pot. Drop that in there. Morning, Nige. I'm on the Thames in Abingdon on a Sutton Courtenay stretch of water. We started at 10. I've had one chub about £1, which is a nice start. It's really windy today. It's quite awkward. Presentation's a bit rubbish. I'm starting on the pole feeder because it's pushing through, and I've got a 15 gram flat float with about 25 gram of weight on it. So we'll see. I balled it with 10 balls to start with, which was 50% soil, 25% black lake and 25% roach. And I put dead pinky, hemp and caster in that ground bait. I had the chub on double maggot, but I've just stepped up the hook length and put a worm on. There's loads of bream in this stretch, so we'll see how we get on. I think I'll fish the first couple of hours or the first half of the match just as I am doing, and if it's not working then I will chop a load of worm up. I'm on down from Abingdon. In Oxfordshire I should say. So it was lovely yesterday. We walked the stretch and the river didn't look like it was pushing through too hard. It's absolutely bombing it through today, and it's significantly more windy, so that, you know, it was really mild and nice temperature, but now it's a bit chilly today. It's 14 mile an hour wind with 25 mile an hour gusts. The presentation's a bit awkward and difficult, but I'm not blanking because I've got a fish in the net, so we're all good. Yeah, it's slowed down a lot, but I think to hold on a feeder you've probably got to be, I don't know, 80 gram it could be. This is a 55 gram on this pole feeder line, and it's going to happily bounce down if I let it, for sure. I like to fish at 11 metres, but at that distance the pole was bouncing around far too much. Even now it's more than I want. I am sort of tempted to even consider fishing a line in between the bank here and where I am, but I don't want to split any fish up really, because it's racing through on the inside as well. But it's all good. Can you get the other landing net pole out of the single pole, because I need it to be longer than what we've made it up to. There's 2 sections. Yeah. Yeah, it just goes on the end. That's better. That's better. Right, come on, chub and bream. Or a barbel. I'll take a barbel. I love to catch a barbel in this stretch. I've only just been fishing it this season, in amongst everything else where I'm fishing and stuff. But there's barbel in here, and I would say that was a bite. Oh, I missed that. Promising though. A lump of worm. Right, let's get back in there. I just drop a couple of maggots in there, I think. Yeah, it really is bombing through. More than we thought when we looked at it yesterday. I think it's surprising everybody. Right. Take it out, swing it out. If I can get bites on this worm, that'd be great. There's 11 of us fishing today. That was a bite then. Okay. I've missed that. I thought that for a second was the wind. I can't really feel. I can't really. I can't feel it as I want to feel it because of the wind. Look at that. I'm going to need a fish to hang itself today, I think. I think that was a bite, and I dropped that in then. Still gusting, that gust. It's not a gust, that isn't. sure if this is better or should I chuck the feeder? Not sure. Just chucking the feeder to my right. It's a bit annoying. I trimmed this rig down, and I trimmed it a bit too far, I think, really. Trying to think if I got a small 50-gram feeder. Not a small 50, a small 60. I don't think you get a small 60. What's that? 40. That's a 50. 55. 60. It's just bigger than I want it to be. So what I'll do, I'll stick some extra lead on this feeder. See if that makes it feel a bit different. I don't think the pink hydro's bottomed out. I lift it up, it doesn't seem to me that it is. Okay. Oh, that's going to be awkward. Why can't I not get my number 5? Thing's undone. That's a bit tricky. Try a slightly longer piece of wood. Right, we're in. Morning everybody. Catch me on the Thames on a club match. It's just Gone 11 o'clock, we've been fishing for an hour. I'm fishing on a pole feeder. It's absolutely pushing through at a crazy rate today. And I've got a load of reeds to my left, as you can see, so fishing a rod would be awkward here. Unless I stuck it up to the right, I could do, but I fancy fishing the pole. But I realised it's pushing through faster than I thought, so presentation's a bit tricky. And I've sort of committed to this in my mind, so I'm going to stick with it. I've had one chub, about a pound, so I've not blanked. It's giving me confidence to now switch to heavier gear, put a worm on. There's plenty of bream in this section, and chub and everything else, so I stuck it out for half an hour and didn't have loads of indications from roach, so this is what I'm going to do. It's a big fish match, and the wind is making it really awkward in terms of bite recognition or indication. So I'm going to give it another 20 minutes or so, I think, on this feeder, and then I'm going to switch. I'm still fishing the pole. I've got a flat float set up, 15 gram. It's got about 25 gram of weight in it. I'm just going to put that out and see if that feels a bit better. Same again, it'll be big fish rig. I've got 019 to 017 on that with a size 10 hook. So I'm only looking for decent fish, but you know, a hungry roach is going to have it as well, so who knows. But we'll do another 15-20 minutes with this feeder, putting more bait in the peg, and then I've got 4 top-up balls behind me, so I'll chuck another 2 balls in and then have a go on the flat float, I think. Or maybe I'll give it half an hour. Maybe I'll give it half hour. But yeah, it's a bit too blustery, I think, for this today. I could take another section off, which is another option, I guess. But anyway, we've got a fish in the net, so I'm not going to blank today. On here right now, I've got 015 to a size 14. That was an N50 from Preston. I'm looking for a fish to hook itself today. When I fished this method before, you know, it was quite easy to feel indications from roach and stuff on the pink hydro at the top of the rig. Today, I think if a bream grabs hold of it or anything significant, that pink hydro is going to bottom out, and I'm going to feel it on the black hydro. Because of the wind, but we'll see. I did feel the bite from the chub, so I'll remain confident. There's a bite, and there's a fish. There we go. There's a fish there, son. And a big lump of worm. Huh? I don't know what it is. It don't want to come in though, does it? It doesn't want to come in. It really doesn't want to come in. Can't see who that is. It's right under my feet. Having trouble controlling. That's a big old chub, that is. That's a big old chub, that is. That's a big old lump. Hello everybody. Right. Hello chub. Nice to see you. Look at that, hooked in the top lip like that. You're happy with that, I tell you. Hold on. We're happy with that, everybody. That's a clonking great chub, that is. Better change to that heavier hook length now and that longer piece of worm. Let's get another one of them in. Right. I'm a bit all fingers and thumbs with the rig and the pole, but the method's right for sure. Chuck a few more maggots in there. Oh, right. What a great method this is. No messing about, there's no debate about whether that was a bite or not. Clunk clunk. It went. awkward fishing today, but my son just said that's the biggest chub he's seen in real life. It's the biggest chub I've caught. So I'm going to drop it on that one, and then I'm going to move it one to the left. I think that's about right. Oh, I'm happy with that, everybody. You can tell that, I guess. Now it's game on. Now it's just big fish all match. So I'm going to change. I was wondering if I should step up that hook length even more now. I've got some 0.17 to size 12s. I guess I didn't lose that, and it's not as if it was swimming. You know, it's not as if it was bombing me out. It was an 0.15, £5. Maybe that's fine. But yeah. Okay, that's the idea about the flat float disappearing a little bit in my mind, if this is going to work. Then that's beautiful. Yeah, I know chub can weigh a bit hollow, but that was a decent sized chub, that was. It's really hard with the feeder working as like a counterbalance, not a counterbalance weight, but it's, you know, it's a heavy weight on the line, and then with the fish as well on top of that. That's a bite. I've missed that bite. That was another bite. Okay. If I can keep getting bites on this, I'm going to love it. Right. Clunk, clunk it went. There's more maggot in there, I think. Chub do like maggots. Big old worm on the hook. Well, I say big old worm, it's not a big old worm, it's a decent chunk of worm, but it's not, you know, it's not a snake, is it? Clunk it on that one, hold it there for a minute, and I will move it down one there on the rest. So even though it's really tricky presentation, I can still feel a serious bite, which means that elastic's not completely bombed out. It is stretched, but it's not maxed. And I think that 1 meter hook length is probably working well for me. I'm wondering if maybe I should put a shot on it just to try and pin it down a little bit more, but because I've had some bites, I don't think I'm going to today, but I will experiment with that in the future. So I think that could be going all over the place. I'm not really sure, but We've had 2 bites that I've missed. I've caught 2 chub on a peg where I thought I'd catch some bream. But as I was saying, I don't really know the stretch. I've only started fishing the river again this season, and river anglers can be a little bit cagey. I would say not like us normal commercial match anglers. You tell everyone everything. Well, I do, but it's a lot more difficult to get information out of a river angler in my half a year's experience. Oh, someone's coming for a walk. Question is, do I tell him the truth? I always tell the truth. So it's another angler that's fishing further up. You see, if someone's catching a few roach, they might be tempted to carry on. If I go and say I've caught 2 chub, then they'll absolutely switch to try and catch some big fish. But it is a club match, and it is Christmas, and I'm feeling very honest today. So I think I'm going to put those 2 top-up balls in at half past. Hey? 2 chub. 1 little one, 1 bigger one. No good at the end?
How long again do you have 3 chub?
Is he? Okay, right, so 3 little chub between me and the end, so I'm on peg 6. There's 11 of us fishing, and the guy who's caught's on peg 1. So game on. Between me and him then, maybe it's a draw currently. So I'll get to half past, put these 2 top-up balls in, I think. And then carry on with this. This feels like the right thing to do currently. Don't worry about the flat float, stay on the feeder. I might up the feed content in the ground bait I'm putting in. I've got some caster still. 1/4 pint of caster. So I might start putting some more casters in this very claggy ground bait mix that I've got. I don't want to go crazy with the feed, but I've had 2 chub and missed 2 bites, which means there's more fish and chub. In my experience, eat an absolute ton of bait. And there are bigger chub. If you go up further up this river, into Abingdon town centre, there's some massive chub. stretch. You've got half an hour to be at that car park. It's going to take you 15 minutes to get there. You've got half an hour to get to that car park. It's going to take 15 minutes to get there. Can you leave me the warm hat when you go? Please. It's colder than I thought it was going to be. I might have to put my jacket on actually. That's probably the right thing actually. That'll be the right thing to do. Still, I want the woolly hat. Right, nice big fat chub again, or a nice bream, I think would be nice next. Afternoon everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Should hopefully get out and do quite a lot of this over the Christmas period. I've got plenty of time off. I think I'm going to go pike fishing again next Wednesday or Thursday. That sounds like a fish next door. Is that a fish? No. Sounded like you'd caught a fish then. And yeah, I think we might go pike fishing again next week. And then I've got a decent chunk of time off, and if the river's fishable, I'm going to fish the river. Maybe some more of this. No, I'm alright, thank you, son. Could you get my jacket though? I'm going to put my jacket on. Oh, I forgot I took that off. Yeah, no, that one. Just the fleece. I forgot I took that off. I'm surprised I'm a little bit. I'm just watching that tip a second. Right, excuse me, Ron. I just need to move the camera. Just switch up. That's a bit chilly. I'll just put that there for a second. This is where that elastic bombs out the end of the pole and I get all excited. Right, that might be a bit warmer. Right, what are we doing for time? So past, I'm going to bring it in. I'll chuck the 2 top-up balls in. And then I will, that'll give me another 2 still to put in another hour's time if I'm catching again. Or regardless, I think. Where's that caster? Right. Right, off past. Right, let's top it up. I made these balls with the one of those Culham ball ground bait ball makers. They're not actually too bad. You got to make up 14, 15 balls on the river. They're alright, you know. Oh. Smash my number 5 section with the 55-gram feeder smacking into it. That'd be an expensive match. Right, bit of mega. All caster. Right, back in again. Right, get that, and then move it one to the left. With the river going through so fast today, I'm not really sure where that where those balls are going to end up, or if they're going to get to the bottom, but they're pretty solid balls. And yeah, someone on the channel recommended to use one of the Culham ground bait ball makers. I think it's Culham. Corda? No, neither of those. Nash? Don't remember. It's carp gear anyway. It's the day of dog walkers. You pay no attention to that, owners. Do we need to do anything with the gear before you go? I don't think so. Yeah, if you can carry the chair, that'd be great. That'd be great. It's gonna take you, huh? About 10 minutes. It's gonna take you 15 minutes to walk, I think. Yeah. I think it's a 15-minute walk. Right. So I'll get 5 or 10 minutes and bring it in. Use a new piece of worm. Let's see. If I don't get another fish, or at least a couple of bites by the top of the hour, then I think I'll start putting chopped worm in. It just helps me bring the fish. If they're sitting down the peg, I think, if there's a chance they're sitting down the peg, because that's where that ground baits going a little bit further down, and it might help draw them up a little bit. I don't really know. In theory, that sounds like a good explanation of stuff. Any excuse to chop some worm up, I think. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll fish to the top of the hour, then we'll start putting chop worm in, if we haven't got more fish. Just that bit of doubt in my mind that I'll be quite happy that those balls, it's not the deepest of parts of the river here. Those balls would get down really quick, but just because of the pace on the river, it does make me wonder. It does make me wonder. How's everyone doing? Everyone's having a good day, I hope. Just sitting waiting for the telltale knocking on that elastic on the top of that pole. You know, I've missed that bite and then not had another bite since. Which is a bit rubbish, but these feeders going into my left and my right, they're at least 60 grams, I think. They're making really big, you know, thumps as they hit the water. I'm going to step it up, I think. I'm not going to sit here for ages. No, not a fish. Yeah, it's just big fish now. I want to just keep changing the worm relatively regularly, and then if I don't catch another big chub or something by the top of the hour, then I will start putting in chop worm. Yeah, because it could always be the case that I think that the fish might just sit a little bit further to the left. Let's chuck some pinkies in this time. So I want to try and draw them a little bit up the river. What's that? Oh, look at those wise words. Listen to that from my son. Listen to that. My coach, as he is. Just got to catch more than everyone else. Well, when the guy walked down, He said that the guy on the end, so peg one, had 3 little chub.
You said you had one little chub and one a bit bigger.
Yeah, that's right. That's not a lie.
Well, the first
Can we be clear about that? That's not a lie. I have got a chub.
one was decent, and
The first chub was £1, and the second chub could eat the first chub. All right. Yeah. Okay.
It's not a little chub.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The second chub was significantly bigger, but they don't weigh. They don't weigh heavy. It's not like it's a barbel or an F1 that size, you know, or a carp. They're a bit hollow chub, a bit like pike. So you know, I'm not. The guy at the end that says he's got 3 little chub might have £9,
Yeah,
because
that was quite long.
you know, who knows what he means by little chub, you know. You have got. You should go now. Right, I'll see you later. Can you leave me the food bag? And take your book as well, yeah? Take your book as well. Can you carry that in there? You know where you're going, yeah? My son is double booked for the day, it seems. Right, we've got to concentrate now. We need to catch more fish. Because I haven't fished the river a lot, I'm constantly second guessing myself on what I should do. Like now, should I stay on the feeder? Should I switch to a flat float? The flat float doesn't seem to sit. I don't know how much weight on that flat float. I'll show you the rig if I fish it. I've got significantly more weight than that on it. But if I fished a flat float, I could just ease it down through the peg a little bit. But I've got a 1 meter hook length on this, which I think is good today. So I'm not sure. I think it's this worry that the fish are sitting. You know, what if they're sitting further down the river? And how I'm meant to know, you know? cases where I've had 2 bites and I've had another bite or 2 bites and I've missed them, so I think I should just persevere and just be cool with this for a minute. I've got those particles coming out of the feeder, so you know that might help to draw fish up if they're sitting further down. That seems to be a good idea. I'm happy with that thought process. I had the first fish. That's a fish. That's a fish, and that's pulling. Okay, brilliant. Brilliant. This is exactly what I wanted. Chub, I think. Yeah, it is. It's not as big. Can't pull the landing net through. Lovely. Very happy with that. Right, let's just get this rig safe. That's not a good idea. Right, chub number 3. Put some more pinky in with this one again then. Same again. Decent sized chunk of worm. Take the head off, take the tail off. Okay. It's sunny, but it's also a bit rain cloudy to my right, which doesn't look nice. I've got gear strung all over the riverbank, so I might lose a bit of fishing time shortly. But that's another £2 chub, I think. I haven't caught enough chub in my life to know how much they weigh when you look at them. But I think the first one was £1. I think that one was £2, and I think the other one I caught was £4. So we'll see when I weigh in, but the one that I think that's 4 might be 5. I don't know. Genuinely don't know. But anyway, 3 chub on a day when I thought I might catch roach and bream. But we'll keep it going. How long did that take? 15 minutes, 20 minutes? 15 minutes maybe for the bite, after I topped up. I would like that wind to stop, but that's not going to happen. Big old bream now would be nice. Some £5 slab. So I've not seen him. The guy that walked past, that was fishing, had gone for a walk. I've not seen him walk back. There's 5 pegs to my right. I think peg 11 is the favoured peg today. Ready? Well, both ends actually, peg 1 and peg 11. Peg 1's got a really big slack water in it. The main river runs down, and then there's a side piece of water called the cut that comes off of it. And peg 1 is there, and there's a really big slack water, which I think would be great for holding fish. And peg 11, I don't know if, I think it might have a tree feature in it. I don't know, but maybe we'll come and fish it in a couple of weeks. So I can check it out. So we're just coming up to the end of the second hour, and I've got, I think, about £7 a chub. Could be 6, could be 8, which is 3 fish, a £1, a £2 and a £4. And the first one I had on double maggot, the second 2 have been on worm, all on the pole feeder in front of me. Presentation's pretty awful because I've got such a wind blowing from left to right. It's bombing through from right to left. And that was another bite, I think. worm's missing. And it's not. Let's put some more pinky in there, I think. So yeah, I'm fishing the pole feeder today. I've done one other video with it on, you can see on the channel, and I think in the summer, well, not in the summer, but I'll come out when it's not a match, and I've made sure that both cameras are working. I don't know why one of them's not, and I'll do a nice little feature on it, I think. It is a great method. Which, to a lake angler, which is what I am traditionally, it seems like a bit of a joke. But in reality, it's a bit of a superstar method. Just got a the rig is £8 mainline down to a Guru speed bead and then a pre-tied Preston hook length. Simple as that, 1 metre long. I've got a feeder that's on just a snap link swivel that's free running, and the clever bit of the rig is at the top near the pole, end of the pole, where I've got 4 float stops, 2 and 2, and you just tie a little piece of elastic about 6 inches of something significantly weaker than what you've got. I've got black hydro in the pole, and I've got pink hydro tied between the 2 beads. And what you do is you make a D shape with the elastic is the left hand side of the D, and you pull a loop of line to form the other part of the D shape. So when you get a bite, the fish is pulling against the pink hydro, and then when you strike, if it's a decent fish, that elastic bombs out, and then you're just playing it off of the £8 mainline and the black hydro. It's a beautiful method. I think it could be better if I'd switch it to some, slip number 6 or something like that, which I have got. But this rig was already tied up, so I thought I'd use it this morning. I had some faith in it, so. And it's doing well, I can get even with the difficulty with the pole today with the gusts, when a decent fish grabs that bait and pulls it, you can feel it against that pink hydro, no problem. And I've caught small roach on it before when there's no wind too, so I think it's fine either way. It's just a lot easier when there's no wind to take the bites, but it's all going on. I didn't know what to expect today. I thought I might catch a few roach, and then once I caught a few roach, I would set out on a bigger bait and try and catch a bream. But instead I've had a chub after about 15 minutes, and then that's given me the confidence to switch to a heavier hook length, bigger hook, bigger bait, which is giving me 2 more chub. I could step the hook length up even more, but I don't think I need to. Fishing on a 0.15 to a size 14 N50, I think it is, yeah, 14 N50 pre-tied from Preston. Just convenience more than anything else. And yeah, it seems to work really well. It's just a bit more difficult with the bite detection against the wind. That's the only thing that's a bit annoying. And then when it gusts, it's obviously I don't know if that feeder's staying still or whether that's getting dragged a little bit to the right, but who knows. My only worry is that the fish are sitting further down off the bait. I've balled with 10 balls to start, and I've put another 2 balls in half an hour ago. I think maybe I'll leave it an hour before I put another 2 balls in, I'm not sure, but it's not all feed. The ground bait is 50% soil and then 25% black lake and 25% census roach, with a good handful of hemp, castor and dead pinky in there, which is just reminding me of some dead maggot, and I've not even used it. I've forgotten to put that in. So yeah, I wonder if the fish sit off of the bait further down the river, because how pacey it is, and just quite whether those balls of ground bait land. But I think if I keep putting enough loose feed in the feeder every time I fill it up, if they are sitting down, I might draw them up. The only thing I said I would do, as I keep talking, I said I would put chopped worm in it if I didn't catch another fish by the top of this hour, and I just have. So I'm still a bit undecided if I should put more chopped worm in it. I think I will, because I want to see if it makes the difference. It can't do any harm. These chub have been nice, but the 5-pound bream in this stretch are nicer in terms of weight. So let's see. Does feel like it's whipping up for a storm though. No, canoeists. It's time to get a bite now and catch fish in front of them. Show them how it's done. I think I could definitely canoe if I was looking for good spots to fish, or if I had a rod with me, but without that, I'm just not sure it's for me. They're not even really paddling. They're just paddling to change, make sure they stay on course. The river's going that quick. Look how quick this paddle boarder's going. That thing is just floating down the river.
He's paddling now, look.
Right, I'm going to chop some worm, I think. Right. Just mixing that dead mag up. Looks good. Then we'll give it another 5 minutes, I think, and then I'll put a chop worm feeder full in. I've got 3 fish, I'm confident, so I think, you know, it gives me a little bit of confidence to try some things, you know. I'm not catching loads of fish like this. You know, 3 fish in 2 hours is not a lot of fish, but let's see if I can put some chopped worm in and see if I can get some bream to turn up. Or a big perch. There's plenty of big perch in here as well. When I was fishing at the next section, when I fished in the upper moors on the end peg or near the end peg, I caught 3 bream, and there was a definite change in the peg when I put chopped worm in. So I'll give this another 5 minutes and I'll start introducing some chopped worm. I wonder if I should chuck another 2 balls of ground bait in actually as well. It's a big river, you know. How much bait is too much today? I don't know. I wonder if I should chuck another 2 balls in. What did I catch? I caught the chub 15 minutes after I chucked the 2 balls in, didn't I? The top up balls. since they've had one bite. Tell you what, let's do that first before I put the chub worm in. Let's chuck in another 2 balls to top up. And then see if I catch off of that. As I'm saying, it can't do any harm today. Right. And then if I catch again in 15 minutes, I'll know that it's the topping up that helped. And I can just prepare more balls. I've got enough ground bait with me. Just roll that out first before I change and start putting chub worm in. Which I want to do before the end of the day, but I'm not sure I want to do it just now. Before I check these other things out first. Maybe it's the noise of the balls going in, you see, that causes the chub to come and have a look. There's too many things I don't know about this river. Just gone 10 past. If I get a bite off of this now, then I'll prepare another 6 or so balls and then just top up every 15 minutes. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll see. So I'll run this till half past. I'll leave it 2 10-minute casts. Oh, was that a knock? Not sure. So 2 10-minute casts get me to half past. And then if I haven't had a bite, I'll then start putting chopped worm in. And if I have had a bite, I'll make some more top up balls and chuck them in every 30 minutes. It's looking more like rain as the day goes on. Come on, chub. Chub or bream, I don't mind which. And if a cheeky little barbel wants to turn up, I don't mind that either. Or a clonking £2 roach. £5 perch. Don't mind any of those fish. Just one cast, time for the next one, and then if there's nothing, then the chop worm's going in. Worm looks great. Another pinkies in, I think. It is getting more chilly as the day goes on. So 10 more minutes, and I'm going to jump on the box, put my coat on, make a couple more top up balls, put some chop worm in, see what happens. See what I can do to try and stimulate a bite. I might have one extra chuck actually. I'll have an extra chuck, but I'll take the worm off and I'll put a bunch of maggots on. I caught that first chub one maggot, and I'll put more maggot in the bait, so let's just try that first. We'll fish this to half past, and that'll be halfway through the match then. We're fishing 10 till 3 today. Hope everyone's having a good day today. Thanks for joining, tuning in. This is sort of that point where I say if you haven't hit the subscribe button, then if you could hit that subscribe button, that'd be really useful. It helps, promote the channel, and it's free to do. And if you put the notification on, you can see when I'm going live. And I plan to do a load of fishing over the Christmas period. As long as the weather's not pouring down with rain every day, then I'll be out. Plenty either here on the river, or I might do a little 3 or 4 day campaign on Orchid Lakes pike fishing. Not sure. I think I'm going to go at least for another day's pike fishing before Christmas next week with my son, see if we can catch ourselves a monster pike. But yeah, I'm very appreciative if anyone can hit the subscribe button or share the stream or the channel with some friends. That'd be great. You can't get more live than this when it comes to match fishing. I've not had a disaster today. I've not had a tangle or something completely weird's happened, which generally happens, I think, when most people fish, but you never see it on, general fishing videos that are made, I consider this relatable content. But if you had any doubts that you could catch on a pole feeder, then I think I've clarified that today. There's 3 nice chub. I think one about £1, one about £2, and I could be over egging that £2 one, and one £4. It could actually be that the first one's £0.5 and the second one's £1, and the next one's 3, so it could be 5 and 4.5. I haven't got a clue. Somewhere between £4.5 and £8, which is a big variation. But I just don't catch enough chub. Then I don't weigh chub to weigh them in to know. So we'll find out today. Right, it's a couple more minutes, and I'm going to just rebait with a bunch of maggots. And have one more 5-minute chuck, and I'm going to jump off the box, put my jacket on, make some, and then get back out with some chopped worm in the feeder, and then we'll be good to go, I think, for the second half. Afternoon all, welcome to the channel. My name is Graham, and I'm fishing this is our club match. It's a charity club match for Christmas. There's 11 of us out today, and on top of our normal pools we're chucking £5 for charity. I'm not sure quite where it goes, but it's off to charity somewhere, which is nice. Last year it was one with 1 chub, and I've beaten that, so we'll see. About 2 hours in, or an hour and a half in, there was a report that someone at the peg 1 had 3 little chub. I don't know what little chub are. It could be £3 each, but I don't know what else is being caught around me. I can't see, I can only hear feeders plop from left and right. So 2 more minutes, and then we'll have another 5-minute cast, and I'll re-gear for chopped worm going in. Not re-gear, it's already cut the worm, but we'll start putting chopped worm in. But I do just want a chuck on maggot to see if a bunch of maggots can lure a chub. Better than a worm. In fact, let's do it now. have got to be very careful for that, and I'm not careful enough with that feeder coming back at 100 miles an hour. Right, bunch of maggot. Looks good. Not sure what the chub are going to think. Or bream, there's all sorts in this section. I caught bream to the left on a match just as, you know, autumn was coming, and then it was one with 5 bream that day, or 4 bream that day, to my right. There's lots of bream in this stretch. I absolutely was not planning on catching 3 chub today, I would confess. But let's give this 5 minutes. See if it can get a bite. That wind is a bit horrid. And then, as I say, I'll just jump off the box because I need to grab my grain belt bucket, which is, I can't reach it, and put my jacket on because it's a bit chilly. And then I'll start putting chopped worm in the feeder. I was saying earlier, I've got this just thing in my head that the fish may be further down the peg because of the rate the river's moving and where the ground bait balls go, but I don't know. But I do wonder, if you put chopped worm in, does it help draw fish up the river just in case they are sitting down there? So I'm going to do it, and it'll either make a difference or not. And but I don't think it's going to do any harm. I'll give this a quick 5 minutes. It's definitely getting colder. No doubt about it, it's getting colder. Right, 1 more minute. There's another angler walking down the far side of the river. Take the camera off and just quickly run off to the really horrible. So I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to leave that there, maybe there, somewhere. I'll be back in a sec. Right, won't be long. Yeah, I realised that the camera's connected to the power supply in my pocket. Live TV. Right. Okay, chop worm time. See if it makes a difference. Start putting a good dollop of chop worm in every feeder full. I've got enough worm for it with me. Put a good dollop of worm in every feeder full and stay on 10-minute casts. That should be enough to work it out. And then if that doesn't do anything, then I will have a little go on the flat float. So I'm going to go on there, and I'm just going to move it one to the left. Right, what's the time? 22. Okay, right. The 10-minute casts, $1 per chop worm every go. Then I won't top up again until I might not top up again with ground bait, I don't know. I might not put any more balls in. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Look at that. Base wind is getting stronger and the gusts are getting stronger. We'll see though. There's not much else I can do. I could come shorter, I guess. I don't think it's too bad, you know, it does reset after a while, and I'm fishing a 1 metre hook length. So the bait's just wafting around down there anyway. I don't think a couple of quick movements are going to do any harm, and, you know, may result in me hooking a perch, you know. I don't think it's going to disturb the fishing. It's just annoying for presentation and in terms of trying to hold the pole and feel for a bite. Makes that tricky, but any decent fish is going to hang itself anyway, so I don't think it's going to impact too much. If I was sitting on a double maggot trying to hook a roach, you know, I think I'd have a problem with it, but I've got a big lump of worm on trying to hook a chub or a bream, so I'm not fussed. It's that confidence having some fish in the net already that makes me not worry about it. Hopes you a bite though, that's for sure. Come on, that's £5 bream. I can sit there and go, yeah, definitely makes a difference putting some chopped worm in. But let's just do 5-minute casts, and then we're introducing a decent amount of chopped worm, I think. Watch off so I can see the time easier. Yeah, let's do 5-minute casts. There's a few fish, and I've caught. I've had 3 chub, but it's not enough. And I've got to wait for too long for the bites with no guarantee of the next bite coming, so I'm just trying to put chopped worm in, see if I can encourage either fish to come up the river, up the peg, or encourage some bream into the peg, or maybe a perch or two. You know, I've got no features here, so you know the chub are just random, I think. So I'll try putting the chop worm in, and if that doesn't stimulate a bite, then I'll still this wind's getting silly. This is getting silly. I'll still put some balls in, but I might have to ship this pole and take another 2 sections out of it, or a section out of it. Fish a bit nearer. That is a bit gusty. It's a bit gusty, this is. Maybe I'll re-ball it. This weather's just getting awful. Cut this out. If I take another 2 sections off of this, and only fish it here. Is that going to help? How deep is it? It's deep enough. It's deep enough. I think I'm going to have to do that. This weather is getting horrible. So let's move that down then. Not done that far. Right, how far is this then? Down, 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 down. Dump. Right, let's go. How far is it down here? It's that deep. does bounce along. And I can fish there. I don't think I've got a lot of choice, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. It's still deep enough. But I can't hold that pole out there. So I will, if I can get hold of this quickly. He says quickly. Rebait my peg. I need. That'll do. Just do it with this. Right. Let's chuck some more. Let's chuck the dead maggot in. Right. All in. Ten balls. I realise just how bagging horrible it is, and then I go, right, 5 will do. Right. If I can find that. Oh, there it is. There it is. What is it? Nash. Nash groundbait ball maker. A couple up with this. Push it that side. Is it going to come out? Yeah, nice. Tell you what, that is handy, that is. One more. Nice. I like that. Good bit of kit, that. Well, that was broken, but right. This is about adapting today, I think, to my circumstances. I'm staying on the chop worm. Get that bit off. But I'm having to come and fish it shorter because it's just too strong, the wind. Which is a shame, but like I say, it's not the presentation so much that I'm worried about, it's more, you know, the ability to hold the pole. Right. Right, fish it there. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I've got to do something. try again. Short pole feeder line. Right, 1 o'clock, 2 hours to go. The wind's getting up, gusts are getting more, stronger. Come down, I'm only fishing the top 5 now. There's still some depth, however. I've just put in another 8 balls. Got enough ground bait, so let's see if I can get a bite here. And I'm going to just keep putting chopped worm in. But yeah, it's just getting too gusty. To be comfortable, which is a shame. I think I've done, I don't know, I've had a few fish, maybe I'll catch a few more, but conditions are certainly against me. I do want to come and fish this on a day when it's not so windy though, that's for sure. This is I don't mind the river pushing through, it's just the added wind on top that's causing the problem. So where are we? Just gone that hour. So we've got 2 hours left. I've currently got 3 fish in the net, 3 chub. I'm genuinely not sure on the weight. It's somewhere between £4 and £8, and I really don't know which. So I've not blanked. I've caught on the pole feeder the first fish after about 15 minutes after I balled it. double maggot, and I switched to a heavier hook length because that was a chub, and then I fished a worm. I've had 2 more fish, another 2 bites I think in that whole period where I've missed the bite. But the conditions have made it really difficult. Not so much the river pushing through, but the gusts of wind that are blowing from left to right. It's a 40-mile-an-hour wind, I think. Gusts getting higher, 25, 28. But the gusts are coming more frequently. So I'm trying to adapt. I've taken 2 sections of pole off. Come closer towards me where I can hold the pole more manageable. It's more manageable. And I've reballed it on this line. And I'm just going to see what happens. I'm sitting with a big worm on the hook. Hopefully everything will hook itself. But it should all work. Just going to scale back to nearer to me. I was still tempted to put the flat float out, but I just don't think I can hold that sensibly. I think I'm better off just with this feeder. And what I didn't think about is stay with the wind, and I need to think about that in the future. The thing I like about fishing with this pole feeder instead of the feeder at this short range is you can be more accurate when you ball it. And you can ball it, you know. It's not like you're fishing a feeder further out, but we'll see. I've got 2 hours. If I can get a bite here in 2 hours, I'll be really happy with that. There's colour in the water, and there's some depth out there, so there's no reason why I shouldn't catch. And with better presentation, you know, maybe catch more than I've caught. We'll see. But I didn't want to blank today, and I've not done that. So I'm feeling pretty good about it. But I just wished it wasn't so windy today. Yesterday we walked it and it was beautiful. The river was pushing through, and I thought, you know, that'll be alright. I can still run a float through there. Looking at it this morning, it's not quite right, but this wind is making it really tricky. So that's enough complaining about the wind. Let's try and catch a fish. Just need to check. You should be able to see the bump bar. Yeah. And then what am I doing? 5 minutes cast, 10 minutes cast, not sure now. Match plan's gone a little bit to pot, but it's 10 past. We'll leave it another 5 minutes and I'll put it in again. Typical after all that, the wind dies down. I'm sure it'll soon be back. Okay, suddenly the wind's calm as can be. It's wrong, that is. It's wrong. So I think what we'll do is we'll give this an hour on this line. If it doesn't work, then I will go back out on the longer line and suffer the wind for the last 60 minutes. I'm not going to put any more bait out there, I'm just going to make sure that that's out there. Is that the one? No. There. Oh, it's gone a bit awkward, isn't it? Grumble, grumble. Can't fish. There's a big shoal of bream to my left hand side, just past these reeds. Just in the shallower water where it's a bit slacker. Mm. The wind has actually died down. That is criminal. Ah, there we go. Makes me feel better. It's great for making balls, this thing. This is. That wind has actually died down. It's not gusting as it was. Time 20 past. Alright, so I want to get a bite on this peg, this line here. It's quite often happens I'll have a situation that I think's I've got to make a big change, and I'll make a big change and then I'll be so unhappy with it if I don't instantly catch. But let's put some more bait in the feeder. Change the worm. It's a shame that wind's really scuppered me so far. That wind has definitely calmed down though. That is very frustrating. We'll see though. Still got plenty of time. What is it? 1:30. Hour and a half to go. Definitely calmed down. It's like the worst scenario now, really. I've got a peg and now I'm going to make another peg and it's not a lot. This put a bait in and blah 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 blah. Right, just drop that there for a minute. Right, chop worm go. To which the wind will get straight back up again. I'll be cursing. Come on. I've messed this up, but I never knew that that wind was going to slow down. We'll see. Might have no more fish today for me, but that wind has thrown me right off. I don't know why, but that pole seems higher and that elastic seems longer, so I'm going to have to just check that top of that rig. I don't know. I can't remember now if that was elastic was out of the water or whether it was under the water before, but the pole seems higher. Like I wouldn't set the pole this high. Maybe I just drop it anyway. That feels better. So I've got a load of bait out there, and then a load of bait 2 sections shorter. I could have completely ruined the peg, but we'll see. We'll see. The interesting thing about fishing matches on rivers versus fishing matches in lakes is you can see what the other people in lakes are doing, and on these matches on the river I can't see anyone at all. They're not far, but I can't see what they're fishing. I can't see their rigs, I can't see if they're catching, what they're catching. So it's really hard, I think, to make adjustments to what you're doing based off what you see other anglers do when you're fishing like this. Well, I just can't believe how that wind was unbearable, and now it's, well, right this second it's like the wind's gone. It's quite funny. That's alright, that rig. It's worth a check, I think. It's just, if I was doing it again, I'd reduce the amount of elastic on it. I think that blue eye, that as my pink hydro stretched a little bit. Right, let's settle back down for another hour's fishing. That wind has blown itself out, look. That is quite funny in a way. And the wind gets up again. Come on, chub and bream. Thinking about how that may have, caused problem to the peg, reballing a line closer. Actually, I'm not sure because I'm drawing fish, from my pole all the way across to the far bank, with what I'm doing now. So that's certainly a bigger distance. So maybe it doesn't cause as much problem as I just thought it might. You catching? Couple of what? Bream? Nice. Hey? Yeah. Alright, he's done me then. He's got 2 bream. He's fishing the feeder to my right. Right, I've got to catch me a bream now then. Eyes down. Otherwise I'll lose to the next peg. He's fished the feeder all day. Good luck to him though, that's what I say. Don't know whether it's a better method or not. Maybe it is. I don't think he's fishing the feeder much further than I'm fishing on the pole though. I don't know. I have to watch. Fair a splash and have a quick look. I've got to assume that a couple of bream are £4 each, you know. Maybe it was a bit windy for this today. Although after an hour and a half I wouldn't have said that, but I'm not sure I want to come to the conclusion that it should always be just a feeder for bream. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I've got my feeder rod. I just decided to not make it up today. I didn't think that. I thought that I could fish the pole at the same distance that they would chuck a feeder because of the amount he's pushing through. Although that was meant to be 2 more pole sections out and I'm having to fish a bit shorter than I planned. Maybe it's a case of should have paid a bit more attention to the weather, and when it is as windy as it is, then I have to accept it's going to be a chuck a feeder day, even though it's chuck a feeder short. It's chuck a feeder day and not fish the pole feeder or the flat float. We'll see. quickly chuck this flat float out. The amount of weight I've got in it is crazy today. See if I can ease this through. Catch myself a monster. Look at the wind. Right. And the wind comes back to plague me. I was saying earlier, I've got enough weight on this thing to sink a battleship, in my mind. It's still not enough to set that float properly. That. It's just pushing through so fast. What we'll do is I'm on the middle rung here, even pulling the elastic out of the pole. Look. I'll do a minute and then I'll drop it down one pole, one part on the rest, and then I'll do another minute. And I'll rinse and repeat a couple of times. Just teasing that down the peg. I can see it through the trees. Reeds, I should say. Is that a snag or a bite? I don't know. It's a snag. It's really windy today. I hope this wind dies down over Christmas because I want to come out and do loads of fishing. There's me saying about the wind and then it comes back 10 times as bad. Right, let's go. Next one down. Maybe the next one down, maybe I'll search that. Maybe let's go all the way. Right. Let's have a little look here. The view's not very good because I'm looking through the reeds to see it, so I know you can't see much. nothing. Especially if it tangles like that. It's definitely not happening. Rig needs remaking, that does. Is it worth a quick look? Ian to my left, so I don't know what I've heard anyone else has caught instead of if anybody's caught. Right. What have we got? We've got an hour. Got to catch a bream. Simple as that. Got to catch a bream. There we go. One to the left. I wonder if I can just drop that down. Pole a little bit more. Maybe that'll help with the wind just a little bit. Yes is the answer. I'm definitely down to feeling what's going on, that's for sure. Look at that wind now. It's like, you wouldn't believe it. Two people going for a wander. It's definitely too windy for this. I don't know if I'd have caught the chub on the feeder though, I don't know. This is too windy though. Come along and see me fishing like this and think that's how you're meant to fish the method, which I don't think is quite right. get back to trying this on the short line again in a second. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it too much. Let's just ship it in and ship it out now. Got 2 lines. You catching, Ian? Any good? This short line, I think. That is too horrible. Oh, that looks like it's not quite right. Bit of a mess up. Right, back here then. Just enough time for all the bream to have moved in on that bait. And I catch the £50. What a strange day. I may be glad I caught those chub when I did. How are we doing? Got 55 minutes left. Right, well, I think this might be a very grim last hour. My positivity just drains out of me. Come on, fish. Nice bream will do. Nice bream on the inside. Ba-ba-da-ba-bum. I don't think there's anything else I can do. Long pole is too hampered by the wind, or longer pole. I think fish this short line is the only thing that's left for me. Although unfortunately I have zero confidence in catching on it, which is not good. Come on, it's got to be fish coming along this inside where it's a bit shallower and a bit slacker. Not so much current. There's a bit of colour in the water so they can't see me. And I'll put a nice load of bait down there. Barbel, isn't it? That's what it's going to be. Or perch as the light starts to fade. Yeah, that feeder is not going much further than I wanted to fish on that pole line. 11 metres, something like that. 12 metres, I think. To my right. Which isn't in the flow. Just keep alternating between the two lines. When I feel like the wind isn't completely horrendous, I'll drop it back out on the long one. Right now. Come on, one more chub. Give me 10 pounds chub. Or a £5 bream. A big perch. Barbel. Any of these, don't mind. I might not have the hook length for a barbel, but I don't mind having it on. As soon as that temperature changed and the wind got up is when it sort of went wrong. I'm not sure it was a single family of 3 chub. We got 45 minutes left, 40 minutes left. It's been a while since I had a bite. We'll just sit out on this long line for as long as we can now, without the wind causing a problem. But it's been a funny match. So what I really want to do is I want to fish it at 11 metres. Actually, this may be 11 metres. I want to fish it at 13 metres, which is another 2 sections. And that's the first graphic section on my pole, because that's in my mind just before it gets to that faster flow. Here I'm in the, it's not so bad, but the wind was too much. So I had to make the decision to fish it at a short distance, and even that's proved too difficult after the first couple of hours of the match. I've caught, I shouldn't grumble. I've had 3 chub. I'm not sure of the weight. They go everything from a combined weight of between 4 and 8 pound, I guess. I don't really know. I've certainly got one chunky chub, that's for sure. But good bites on the pole feeder. I didn't have a problem feeding the bites. With positive pulls on the pink hydro elastic, so it's easy to feel as long as you keep your hands on your pole. Just waiting. Dennis. All the action's happened, Dennis. I've got 3 chub. I'm not sure of the weight. So the first fish could be half a pound, it could be a pound. The second one could be 3 pound, could be 5. And then the third chub could be a pound, it could be 2. So somewhere between 4 and 8 pound of chub. I had the first one on double maggot. I had the other 2 on worm. I'm fishing the pole feeder. I started to introduce some chopped worm after about 2.5 hours, and then the wind got unbearable. Absolutely unbearable. It's died down again for a minute now, but it's gusting to 30 miles an hour. And or something in that region, and so I lost confidence in it, and I then came short and balled it short, and then didn't catch, and it sort of, bashed my confidence in the match. The guy to my right's got 2 bream. He said, I don't know how big they are, but I would say you should count bream as 4 pound average in this stretch. So I think you'll beat me. I don't really know what else, but so we had some good fun though, fishing the pole feeder again. Certainly proving itself to be a method that can work, and I think a fun method. I think it's great at short distance, well, distances where he's fishing the feeder to my right, but I don't think he's chucking it further out. He may be chucking it another 2 seconds. But I didn't want to blank, and I've had 3 fish, so I'm happy with that. But I haven't had a fish for 2 hours, or a bite, so it might be under my peg, but not too bad. You alright? You've been out fishing? Cold. Come on, what one just dirty great slab bream. And I'll be very happy with the match. I think it's very strange that don't get bites off other fish, you know. I'm just fishing a worm. Not getting any indications off roach or perch or anything, you know. It's a bit strange, but I'll do a bit of a post-match analysis, I think, to myself. I'll have a chat with myself, and as I'm packing up, try and work out why I'm not getting more indications of silvers. It's not the rig. You know, I've got caster and some dead maggot and chop worm, all sorts in the ground bait. Could be that the flow's pushing through too fast for them. They don't want to be here. That could be a thing, but I would have expected some action off smaller silvers today, but it's not happened. You're going to roach now. I should change what I'm saying. I've not had a bream, so I certainly need to catch one. And I've got 30 minutes left. Just a bit. I didn't expect to catch any chub here today. I didn't really. Just open water, you know, no features. I've had 3, no bream. No, I ended up coming into the margins, Dennis. I ended up I put another 10 balls 2 sections shorter on the pole and had nothing. No indications. Since that point, I've not had anything on the longer line either, but I didn't have any indication short. What I thought was going to happen after 2 hours, I would put some chop worm in on this same line and it might encourage a bream, or you know, it might encourage a few more fish. But I'd had one after 15 minutes and then one after an hour and something, and then the third one was just after my son left at 12, so that was 2 hours and something. So it was like an hour between fish, and yeah, it was a bit strange. Right, I'm gonna just put another couple of balls in with this funky Nash ground bait ball maker that someone suggested, that is actually quite good. It's a bit too much dirt in this mix, but this is quite a funky little thing, this. Look at that. Bosh. 2 balls. Do one more. I'll just chuck the last one a little bit further up, I think. Okay. Good to get out though. I was just, well, not just, I was saying earlier that I've got a pike fishing session planned for the middle of next week. I think it's Wednesday, so I'll stream that, see if I can catch a few pike down at Orchid Lakes. Got some things I want to try out there, and then week after Christmas I'm free for fishing, so there should be plenty of live streams, including a Christmas Day stream, I think, if the river's okay for fishing. Just got to hope we've got no more rain. Let's have no more rain for a week, and then I'll run this river off. And it should be good, but my son and my other 2 kids, they're off with their mum back to Germany for Christmas, and I get a week's fishing. Don't tell anyone. Happy days. So if the weather's alright, I want to fish. I might do like a 3 or 4 day session at Orchid Lakes for pike, fishing the same, you know, peg or couple of pegs for a few days in a row. So I might try that. That might be a good bit of fun. And then, depending on which bit of river looks fishable, get out on the river for a couple of days. And have another go on the pole feeder or the flat float, depending on what I fancy, but should be good to get out over the Christmas period and see what I can catch. The bottom of this river for the club section's in flood currently, and I think the upper bit is too, so I think that's out of the question. But if it doesn't rain for a week, by the time we get to next weekend, could have run off nicely. If not, it takes a lot to flood this section, I think, because the banks are so high. I think there's always a peg or two available, so I don't know what this field behind me gets like, but it's a farmer's field, not a floodplain, so I think it's probably okay. I don't really know, I ain't got a clue, but there's quite a lot of bank up behind me. So, all fishing over the next week for sure. Come on, it was great getting those bites earlier, just sitting like this. You can just feel the thump thump of the bite through that pink hydro. Yeah, I'm dead right, look. So he's fishing it at 13 metres, as I expected. Which is where I wanted to fish. The guy to my right I'm talking about. That's what I was going to do, fish it at 13 metres. And that's why I thought I'd fish the pole feeder and not the feeder, because I thought I can be more accurate than you can be with the feeder. But I just couldn't fish it that far. He's had a couple of bream, he says. Interestingly, I've had 3 chub. I don't know what else he's got, but we'll find out. No, I've just been doing some I'm just really busy, Dennis. Really, I thought about fishing the match today. It was the Christmas match at Gold. I thought about fishing that, but it's also the club Sutton Courtenay Christmas charity match. So I thought I'd fish this, because I can always go to Gold next week or week after next. Christmas and New Year, there's matches on Gold all the time. The place only closes for Christmas Day. I think it's even open, might be open Boxing Day this year. So I can go and fish opens at Gold all week. In a week's time, so I thought I could do that, but I've got a bit disappointed in Gold. Not in the venue, but winter carp fishing. I'm not really enjoying it. And I think I'd rather be either out on the river here or trying to catch some pike. It just gets a bit hit and miss, you know. You can be a fantastic angler and you can get a Gold in the winter and you can struggle to catch, or you can have an amazing day. Like I'm saying, it's not about the venue, it's just winter carp fishing is winter carp fishing, you know. I don't enjoy it as much as I do in the summer, that's for sure. But I love the venue. This is also a short drive. This is 15 minutes from my house, and Gold's an hour and 10 minutes from my house these days, which plays a little bit into it in the winter. Come Come on, I just want a bream to grab hold of that worm and pull that pink hydro until that black hydro comes out the pole. Yeah. I just want to do some different things, you know. I've got my commercial match fishing that I know and love, and you'll absolutely see me at Tunnel Barn Farm in June fishing the Pole Masters. And I will absolutely be back at Gold fishing the pellet waggler and the bomb in the summer. But I'm also really enjoying fishing the river. And I'm going to set myself some goals. If I can get on the Thames Festival next year, which I'm desperate to do, I'll fish the Thames Festival. And but I'm also enjoy going pike fishing. And the more I think about it, I might come and fish week after next here and just bring 2 feeder rods and chuck them out and see if I can catch some chub and some barbel, you know. All sorts of stuff I want to try. I think the fishing this, or even carp rods, this stretch of river has got everything in it. And now I've had 3 chub, and I've had a good bag of roach on the upper moors. I've had some bream on the upper moors. For sure there's barbel in this stretch. And other things, I want to get further up towards Abingdon Lock and catch a lot more big perch, because there's monstrous perch up by that lock. So if there's any river anglers watching, Abingdon Lock, up towards it's got loads of big perch in it. So I want to have a go just fishing chop worm all day for perch. So I've got lots of things I want to get done. So sitting there for 5 hours for 2 bites off a couple of carp is not, it's not ranking quite highly in my list of things to do. It's not up there. There is a little there's a little stock pond at Gold. If you drive round, if you drive towards the Syndicate Lake and then you turn right and you go behind the back of Middle Lake towards the Bat Lake, on the left hand side there's a little sign and a bridge over the river because it's a stock pond. There's a little lake there, and it's got skimmers and F1s and some small carp in it, and gudgeon and perch and rudd. It's a really nice little lake. I enjoy fishing that with the kids, but I might fish that as well next week. There could be a day I do that, so it could be good winter fishing. Right, how long we got? 15 minutes. It's like one more car. I don't know why it's gone so dead. I'm not saying it was prolific with catching 3 fish, but oh, that's a problem. That's lucky. But yeah, it definitely feels like something went wrong or I messed up the peg. Right, so the guy a few pegs up, packed up. So I've beaten him. Maybe 3 chub out of here was a great result today. I don't really know. Let's load this up with chopped worm though. They've said I'm going to have to go to Gold in the week after next. I've just got to decide what I'm going to do now. Catch some F1s on the Middle Lake. Might do that. Try and catch some F1s and stockies in the middle. So yeah, I'm going to diarise a few more things. I don't know what happened to my other GoPro. It's given up the ghost. I think the USB-C ports bust on it, which they can do, which is annoying because it's a replacement that I had and it's broken again. And the later GoPros, they get funny about not having a battery in them. But I just thought there might be a way I could use that other one in the case. Right, I've got to check that out tonight. I know I digress, but come on, I've got 15 minutes for this to go around. But yeah, maybe some F1s of the middle leg. What I need to do, Dennis, I need to give up work, really. I need to just go fishing. I've certainly got plenty of things to do to keep me occupied. Right, we've got 15 minutes, 10 minutes, come on. Ten minutes, and I want to catch bream. I've put plenty of chop worm in. I've refed it. My son will be convinced it's because he left. I stopped catching. Well, I did have one after he went, but he's certainly my lucky charm on matches. So I've got 3 chub, and I basically caught them all in the first half of the match. And in the second half of the match, I've caught nothing, not a bite, not a bite. But yeah, he's caught a couple of bream, he said to me, to the right, and he's fishing about 13 metres out, which is where I was going to fish. But, you know, it's fishing. I'll see what I do. There's 11 of us fishing today. I'll post that. I'll find out where I come and post it on the community tab. I don't think I'm going to win today, but I've certainly not come last either, so I'm happy with that. Oh, I did break my guru rest. Look at that. I accidentally, I don't know what happened with I leant on it and it snapped or whatever, but that's the end of that. It's gonna get, oh, there's a leaf. Was that a leaf or was that a bite? I think it was a leaf. It hit the line. Suddenly got excited then. Yep, so I think I can snap that bit off completely, and then there's still a spare pulse up, I guess, so I can have it. God, it's a bite then. Anyway, strange. Right, what we got to? 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. I've got 3 chub that will weigh somewhere between 4 and 8 pound. Because I really haven't got a clue how heavy chub weigh, and I know they weigh light for their size. But I've got 1 decent sized chub, and then a couple smaller ones. I've had them in the first hour and a half. I've had one on maggot, 2 on worm. And then after 2.5 hours, when the winds got terrible, I've not had a bite. So it's certainly a match of 2 halves today. But I've caught again on the pole feeder, so I'm very happy. It's a good method. I just think I've hampered myself a little bit. Wanted to fish it a bit further. Maybe I should have realised it wasn't going to be the right method today, and I should have fished the feeder. But if I'd have had 2 more chub, I wouldn't have been saying that at all. We'll see, we'll see. And if you just tuned in, hello. I've got a lot of fishing planned for over the Christmas period, including probably I'll get out on Christmas Day, which is not me abandoning my family. It's because I'll be on my own on Christmas Day, because they're off back to Germany on Christmas Eve for celebrations there, and we have Christmas a few days early to accommodate for that, so it's not like I'm missing Christmas. But if you're all sitting there at home, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Christmas Day, tune in, watch a bit of fishing, I should be out. I think I'll have to make a little short video and just say that to everybody. You're stuck at home over Christmas and New Year and you're fed up of talking to your family and in-laws, then just sneak off and watch a bit of fishing. Have a chat. Because hopefully I'll be out on the bank. But yeah, really strange that I could fish it for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. 2 different lines. I balled it, plenty of bait in. For nothing. Very strange. Thought I would have picked a bream up. And we've got, how long? 2 more minutes. Now or never fish. £5 slab. Is it gonna happen? Interested to see what else is caught today. I'll pack up quick so I can see everyone from past me and then all the way back down to the Begney where the cars are. That is about time. Minute, less than a minute. Clock. Right, that's 3 o'clock. Oh, there we go. Here's the all out. Whoa. So a quick look at the rig if you've not seen it before. Anyone that's not seen or used a pole feeder rig before, it's pretty simple. So we deal with this one first. I've got £8 ST line, and that comes down to today I've got a 55 gram feeder on a snap link swivel that's just against a Guru speed bead, and I've got a little number 8 stot on there because there's a knot, otherwise it can go this side of the knot and create a bit of resistance. So free running feeder on there. And then all of the cleverness in this rig is up at this end. He says. So you've got 2 beads. So right, I'll mess this rig now. And then a looper line. So you've got a looper line there. You've got a piece of elastic between the two. So what happens is when you get a bite, this elastic's tighter than this line. So the fish pulls against this elastic so you can feel the bite. And if it's a big fish, the elastic bottoms out and then you play against the line, not the elastic. So this elastic will never snap. It's too long. I think I need a bit about that long. It's stretched. That's the challenge. It's hydro, so it stretches. I could cut it off and then shorten it, and then 2 more beads, and that's it. And you can do it with just 2 beads, and you could probably actually do it with no beads, just tie the elastic on, but it definitely stops it slipping. So that's the smart bit of the rig. So yeah, so you feel the bite against the soft elastic, and then you play the fish against the heavy stuff. But that's the rig. As I said, I will get packed up, and I'll post later on today when everyone's weighed in and let you know how I got on. Apart from that, if I don't speak to you before, wish you all a Merry Christmas. And as I said, I should be out all over the Christmas period fishing. So if you're not already, hit that subscribe button, turn the notifications on, and I'll see you for some fishing. Catch you later. Ta-da. Oh, got to press buttons on here, haven't I? They don't go anywhere. Right.